Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of Supply Section C to order. We are meeting today to continue the consideration of a budget estimate of our Ministry of Finance. I now recognize the Minister of Finance to move the vote.
I don't have the vote. Got hidden. Okay, thank you, Chair. I vote number 26, resolved that a sum not exceeding $413,107,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Finance, Ministry Operations to March 31st, 2025.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member of West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. This is the first time I believe I've had opportunity to ask questions in finance. One of the reasons that I am here is because yesterday when I was speaking with the Minister of Housing, there were a number of questions that I had asked that I was told that were questions for the Minister of Finance. So I am here to ask some of those questions today. So through the chair to the minister, with respect to the Rental Protection Fund, I have been asked by a number of housing providers what the amount of property transfer tax would need to be paid out of that $500 million. If I'll just clarify if I asked that correctly, because I'm still huffing and puffing here, is $500 million has been provided to the Rental Protection Fund. It is buying affordable housing, affordable rental housing, and yet because the rental housing provider still has to pay property transfer tax, how much of that $500 million is being paid back to government in property transfer tax?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the PPT is payable on individual transaction, and it applies to the market value of the property on a tiered basis. It's really difficult to quantify what the member is asking for from our perspective. And we do understand that there are some exemptions that might apply to registered charities when they're in these kind of issues. We believe housing might actually have the specific numbers that the member is looking for, which we don't have.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for that. I feel a bit like a ping pong here between between housing and finance. One of the numbers that was provided to me through a group of nonprofit providers was of that $500 million, there'd be approximately $30 million that would actually go back to government in terms of property transfer tax. So the question I have is really around policy, and in a housing crisis, if we are looking at reducing the cost of housing, why wouldn't this government look at actually taking off that property transfer tax when something is an affordable rental? It's a nonprofit that's actually owning it, and it also seems a bit counterintuitive to the purpose of the Rental Protection Fund. If I can read out another example, this is not the Rental Protection Fund specifically, but just another example of how this tax can impact nonprofits. I'm asking this on behalf of the member from Peace River South. The Farmington Community Association has had to pay transfer tax on the Farmington Hall and Matthews Park. Now, that property was given to the association by another nonprofit, Sweetwater Farmers Institute, because they were dissolving. There was no transfer of money, and so it was one nonprofit transferring this to another nonprofit. Is there any kind of exemption when a nonprofit is transferring property to another nonprofit? And I will clarify, because I've maybe mixed this up a bit. This is not housing. This is property that is used by these nonprofits.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So just for the member, I just want to say, it's the registered charities that are exempt. There's not a broad nonprofit exemption. So for example, golf courses, or yacht clubs, they're nonprofits, so it has to be a registered charity. There's a broad policy of PTT that is everyone pays, including government, but again, with exemptions to registered charities, so only registered charities. And with respect to the member's comment about the 30 million, we can't confirm that. That seems to be a rather, anyway, we can't confirm that. But what we can confirm that there was 24 out of the 27 properties that were exempted.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Through the chair, can the minister explain to me, so I understand, because there's clearly some intricacies of kind of classification of nonprofits or properties for 24 or 27 of those nonprofit purchases to be exempt. Can the minister explain to me why they were exempt?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So it's our understanding that the 24 of those 27 nonprofits were actually registered charities.
Member.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to think of, in order to be able to help nonprofit housing providers to not have to have this additional expense, can the minister just describe to me a process for a purchase by a registered charity of a nonprofit housing project that would qualify under the Rental Protection Fund? If I can just clarify with the minister, is the exemptions that were being pointed to here, the 27 properties, or the 24, sorry, of 27 that were exempted, what did that look like in terms of a registered charity purchasing those for nonprofit housing? Just the mechanism that differentiates that from a society.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's actually a process that charities go through. They're registered through the CRA, and then there's a list that the CRA actually has, and that charities have to go through to determine if they qualify. And charities can actually go online, and the CRA lists all of the qualifications and the exemptions and how they qualify.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. I saw her face when I asked the question, and I knew that I had not maybe made it as clear as I meant to. I appreciate that. I understand the process by which one becomes a registered charity. The question, and I'll just clarify it, but I'll move to another question, was just, was there any way provincially that the minister could look at applying that same kind of treatment to a society when they are also purchasing a nonprofit housing project? But I will move on to another. Question. So there seems to be a bit of conflict between numbers coming from projections from the Ministry of Finance and some of the grand plans from Ministry of Housing in terms of what they're trying to accomplish with BC Builds and some of their other new legislation. Looking at ministry projections, housing starts are projected to fall by 8.7% in 2024. And just this morning, I believe it was, that the Stats Canada GDP data came out. It shows a notable decline, and it highlights this as being notable. Single-year decline in British Columbia, residential building construction is down 12.7%. So we've got two things here that concern me that I can't quite put together with the building plans of this province. So we've got a drop of almost 13% in residential building construction last year. In 2024, this ministry, this government, is projecting a decline in 8.7% of housing starts. And this is against the backdrop of BC Builds, Bill 44, all of this other legislation that is promising around 250,000 new units over the next 10 years. So can the minister explain the differences there, and how concerned is the minister about these declines in housing starts at the same time that one of the key promises from this government is to make sure housing is being built?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So even though like the budget does, the forecast calls for more housing starts, reflecting our investments and policy changes and also high levels of immigration and resilient demand. We did reach a record high of housing starts in 2023, around 50,500 units. And our ministry is projecting that housing starts will decline by 8.7% to 46,100 units in 2024. However, 46,100 units is well above the 10-year average of 39,100 units. Private sector economists like the Economic Forecast Council also expect housing starts to ease in 2024. And this expected moderation is due to like high interest rates, elevated construction costs, a shortage of workers, as well as broader economic slowdown on the level of home building. But despite this expected turn down, our forecast does call for more housing starts in every year, reflecting higher, like as I said, the higher levels of the immigration, but also resilient demand and changes in government zoning. One thing that people don't realize is we are investing in other important forms of housing, which like we count those numbers. They're not considered housing starts. Housing starts is a federal definition. They're not considered housing starts. These include things like student housing, where I know that in a community such as mine, where we're building student housing for 60 units at the local community college, those units will take people out of the community and they'll go and be housed at the college, and that'll open up 60 units of housing in the community. That's not considered a housing start, but we know that's happening at just about every single post-secondary facility across the province is getting additional housing on those facilities, and that's not considered a housing start. The other thing is if you take a building and you refurbish it, an existing building, you refurbish it, you add additional numbers of housing units in that building, that's not considered a housing start because the building is existing, even though you're expanding on housing units in the building. So I just want to make people don't realize that so housing starts don't quite add up to everything that we're doing just because of the definition of housing starts. So because we haven't specifically included the impact of something like BC Builds, which the member referred to, into the housing starts forecast, is because those spending decisions, they weren't finalized in time for it wasn't done until after the economic forecast was completed. So that's one of the reasons. So housing units associated with projects that fall under BC Builds, they'll be incorporated into projections for the first quarterly report that will come out before September 15th, and that's as per normal procedure for government.
Member.
Thank you, and thank you to the minister. So many questions out of that. What I believe I heard the minister say, and please clarify through the chair if I am incorrect here, is that housing starts were up in 2023. I believe that's what the minister said. However, there is a projection. The minister has made the projection of the reduction of 8.7% of housing starts this year. I'll leave it at that. If the minister can clarify that I heard her say housing starts were up last year.
Minister.
Yes, housing starts were up last year, and as I said, they're projected to go lower, but again, doesn't include all the other initiatives that we're doing.
Member.
Thank you to the minister for the clarification. Now, I know that the Stats Canada GDP, this just came out today. So I know that ministry staff have not had time to go through this, but perhaps ministry can help me understand why, as I'm sure that they've looked at StatsCan before and are able to compare how the province calculates things and how StatsCan may have residential building construction. Now, this isn't housing starts, so I'm not equating the two, but residential building construction is down by almost 13%. How does that reconcile with the minister telling us that housing starts have been up at that same period of time? Those two things don't seem to connect.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I thought this would be really easy, but it's a little complicated. So one of the things that the ministry explained is that the stats are based on, what Stats Canada reports on is building permits lag a year. So in 2022, the residential building permits were up 25.9%, which wouldn't be in the information today. And in 2023, residential building permits were down 17.7%. So that's why Stats Can were reporting fewer housing starts in the residential construction in 2023, even though we know there's more because of the building permits that we're using in 2023 were from 2022. So that so even though it was housing starts are actually up in 2023, they're based on the permits from 2022.
Member.
Thank you, and thank you to the minister. That was clear as mud. But I do appreciate that, and I appreciate also that there are different ways to refer to things. So Stats Can is talking about residential building construction versus building permits versus, and I understand that those time periods are not always directly correlated. The minister had said that BC Builds did not inform the projections because the projections were done prior to BC Builds coming in. However, Bill 44 and Bill 47, there were so many of them now to remember, the transit-oriented development, but they're both significant upzoning bills meant to substantially increase density across British Columbia. That came in prior to the ministry's projections that there would actually be a reduction in housing starts this next year. So this sounds like the same question I asked previously, but it's just, I'm trying to make it a bit more specific. Considering that all of this legislation was brought in by this government to address a housing crisis, and the purpose was mass upzoning across British Columbia, and it's all coming into, and that was from last year, and it's all coming into play now. How did that information still have the Ministry of Finance coming up with a reduction in housing starts?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So actually, our housing starts forecasts are higher than originally forecasted due to all of the policy shifts that the government has taken. For instance, the original forecast in 20, just want to make sure I get it right here, 2023 was forecasted 39,033, and then our budget was 50,490. But in 2027, the forecast was actually 38,048, and we are now forecasting 50,552. So we are, because of all those policy changes that the member referred to, the transit density policies, just all of them that add up, all the bills that have been brought in, we're looking at higher projection.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. I'll have to go back to Hansard and add everything up so that we can see if that was the question that I asked and if that was the answer, but I will do that later. I'm going to move on to a different question. Now, I know BCREA and the real estate boards and some other groups have come and spoken to the Minister of Housing and I believe the Minister of Finance about some of the policy challenges that they've been having over the past couple of years. And so one of the things that we had expressed some concern about when this was brought in by this government last year is the home buyer rescission period and whether it is actually being effective and doing what it is meant to be doing. And so my initial question on that is through the chair to the minister. Does the minister and the minister's office actually oversee kind of the outcome of these kinds of policy changes? So the Ministry of Finance counter, I will say, to what the regulator had recommended, but the Ministry of Finance determined that this homebuyer rescission period was going to be most effective in helping to cool off the real estate market and protect the average person from buying a house because it was at that point multiple offers were happening and they were happening very quickly. So how does the ministry determine if that policy has actually had the impact that it was intended to have?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So just to be clear, the member referred to this being brought in to cool off the market. It was not being brought in to cool off the market. This was solely brought in to protect consumers. The former minister was very clear on that. This was about protecting consumers. To support the implementation of the HPP, of this initiative, the BC Financial Services Authority, the BCFSA, they created new disclosure requirements for the real estate licensees, like realtors, under the real estate service rules, requiring them to provide key information about the HPP and the right of rescission to clients before providing trading services. So BCFSA, they undertook a real estate brokerage call when they got data from them in 2023, which included a targeted snapshot of HPP utilization data from the February 19th to March 18th, 2023 period, with a response rate of approximately 62%. And the results of this short period of time actually showed that buyers exercised their right of rescission in approximately 1 to 1.5% of reported transactions.
Member.
Thank you. Through the chair to the minister, thank you. The question isn't whether purchasers actually use that right of rescission. It was, is that right of rescission actually protecting consumers? And what I'm hearing, and the minister can clarify if this is information that she is also hearing, is that in some ways, the opposite of consumer protection is happening because people are using this loophole to have purchasers and investors making offers on multiple properties at one time so that they're holding up those properties. There's cascading consequences in that there's impacts to sellers, there's sales delays, and these properties are not being opened up and available for other people to actually be considering and making offers on. And what I understand, and again, I can be corrected here, the BCFSA actually made an initial recommendation that was to move forward on a pre-offer period, a 5-day pre-offer period that would protect consumers because it would allow them to actually have those 5 days before the consumer, or before the purchaser, before the vendor could take any offers. There would be 5 days at which anyone who was interested in making an offer would be able to have access to the properties so that they can conduct inspections, and they would have access to all the strata documents, whatever information was required. All of this done prior to any offers coming in. But right now, the way that the HBRP works is that in the 3-day period, which is often 5 days because you've got weekends in there, that the purchaser still doesn't have any access to the property at that period of time to do inspections. They don't have to be given all of the documentation and information that's required to be able to make a good purchasing decision. Based on what I have just said, either the minister can correct me on my assumptions here, my understanding here, or to please explain why government, even though BCFSA and people in the sector were recommending this pre-offer period, why did government make the decision to go to the home buyer rescission period?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the limited empirical data to date has shown only very moderate use of the HPP and has provided no indication that the HPP is being misused or abused as a loophole. Moreover, government has not been receiving complaints by sellers, prospective buyers, or individual real estate professionals or other anecdotal information that suggests that HPP is being used or abused as a loophole. To date, it appears that buyers are exercising their right of rescission sparingly and judiciously in just over 1% of reported transactions, which is not surprising given the average rescission fee incurred of $2,648 for the 1 month data snapshot from February 19th to March 18th of 2023. And while BC FSA's 2022 report that I think the member referenced called Enhancing Consumer Protection in BC's Real Estate Market advised government to implement a 5-business-day pre-offer period, BC FSA's advice was to implement a pre-offer period in combination with a cooling off period, right of rescission, not instead of a cooling off period. So we intend to take an evidence-based approach regarding potential alternative or additional consumer protection measures for real estate consumers, and we will be very carefully reviewing the data on the HPP use for the calendar year of 2023 that has been mandatorily reported to the BC FSA, which is the regulator of real estate licenses.
Member.
Thank you to the member, or thank you to the minister through the chair. I appreciate that, and it's good to know that there is an openness to explore and see if other tools are going to be more effective than what we've got right now. My next question is with respect to SAFER. And to the seniors housing supplement, which has recently been increased. And if the minister bears with me, it is a finance question. So there has been an increase of benefits of about $600 a year. So my question, and there's additionally a one-time payment, is this going to result in a CRA 2500 slip being issued and having seniors benefits clawed back through other programs like GST tax credits?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this isn't a provincial decision. Under federal income tax purposes, many social benefit programs, they get reported as income, and that's as directed by the CRA.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. To the minister, when benefits are being given or increased to British Columbians, and I mean seniors, it was a very small increase, about 20% of the increase in rents that these seniors have had to pay. But when these programs are being put in place, does ministry give consideration to the fact that, and through the chair, give consideration to the fact that an increase in a benefit would have a corresponding hit on taxes? And is that considered in the amount of increase that, in this case, that a senior may have? Do you give them more to compensate for the fact that they may have to pay some back?
Thank you, Chair. So these benefits aren't taxable, but it may affect the accessibility to other benefits. But each person is affected individually, and we can't develop policy based on every individual in the province. We can't just develop policies around individuals. But this is actually also a housing policy decision.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. She's smiling because she knows that I'm going to say, well, I was told by the housing minister to come and ask this question here, and appreciating that we're not going on a one-off taxation strategy in British Columbia, but that SAFER was actually introduced for very low-income seniors who don't pay taxes, receive the carbon tax rebates. But I will move on to my next question. And I know that this question is something for Minister of Finance. Government recently announced that there was going to be an increase in the exemption for first-time home buyers, moving the cap on how expensive the home could be from $500,000 to $835,000. I mean, realistically, that number could and should be closer to $1 million to actually reflect the market, but it has moved from $500,000 to $835,000. But I want to clarify that what we used to have was the home could be $500,000, and then the benefit would be on that $500,000. So the tax would not apply to that $500,000, so to the entire home. But what government has done now is you've moved the home can now cost $835,000, but the tax exemption is still only on the first $500,000. May I just confirm that that is how this tax exemption is working?
Minister.
Yes.
Member.
Thank you. And through the chair to the minister, can the minister explain why, knowing that there has been such a substantive increase in the cost of housing, and even recognizing that herself and moving that number from $500,000 to $835,000, why wasn't the exemption provided on the whole $835,000? Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the whole concept behind this is it was a opportunity to have people coming in, like first-time home buyers. So what the member asked about the 835,000, and that's about the average price of a condo in Metro Vancouver. So that's why that upper cap was used, because we, as we said, are trying to get young people into the market. So we don't think, first-time home buyers, young people are going and buying a $1 million home and, standalone homes. So they're looking at probably condos in Metro Vancouver. That was the whole idea behind that. And there has to be a balance between providing the benefit to first-time home buyers and making sure that it doesn't increase the cost of housing. Because there was the fear that if we increase it too much, well, sellers would just increase the cost of housing. So it actually would be a deterrent for first-time home buyers who are trying to buy an affordable condo, for instance, in Metro Vancouver. They wouldn't have been able to access that because the cost of it would have been increased dramatically.
Member. Thank you to the minister for that answer. A first-time home buyer, if they're buying a one-bedroom in Vancouver, is probably about $835,000. So I appreciate that that is not going to be the same across British Columbia. But I still don't understand why. And I hear what the minister is saying about it. If you allow that benefit to be too high, it's going to push up the cost of housing. I have a hard time making that connection. But if we want to treat people the way that we've been treating people in terms of having that benefit, it would make sense that the benefit would be on the whole $835,000, because I think British Columbians heard that promise from this government in terms of this benefit that they were getting, and probably believe, unless they look at the small print, that they're actually getting that benefit on the whole $835,000, as opposed to still keeping that capped at the $500,000. I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to hand it over to the boss here. BC United has committed to getting rid of PST on home construction. But this minister's budget is forecasting a 4.4% increase in sales tax revenue from residential construction. How can the minister, if we're talking about making housing more affordable for people, we have to talk about how are we going to make it less expensive to actually build that housing. So how can we justify those kinds of additional costs being applied to construction?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the issue of providing PST exemptions for home builders' materials, it was decided it would be a bit of an administrative nightmare because retailers, like say Home Depot, doesn't know if the contractor, the person coming in buying a whole flat of 2x4s is using them. What are they using them for? Are they using them for building homes? Are they using them for something else? So, and it's also a bit of an administrative nightmare for the tradespeople too, the actual contractors. So we didn't do that, but we have removed PTT from new rental construction and increased the PTT exemption threshold for newly built homes. So we have done that, and people can apply for those.
Member.
Through the chair, thank you to the minister. I'm sure, just like with students at a point of sale, there would be some way to be able to demonstrate what a product's being used for. I would like, however, to pass over to the member from Kamloops North. Appreciate the time that he has given me with the minister, and also thank the minister and the minister's staff for the time and the answers to the questions. It's very much appreciated.
Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to pick up actually on the back half of the question my colleague just asked, and that's really around the forecasting of the 4.4% increase in sales tax revenues on residential construction. So that appears that the government is saying on a backdrop of a budget document that is forecasting a drop in new housing starts, collecting 4.4% more in PST on construction of new homes, which, when you add those two together, would indicate that the cost per square foot of construction of a home would have to be going up for the government to collect more PST, 4.4% more PST than they're currently collecting off of 8.7% less housing starts. So how is it exactly that we can have a housing minister and a government continuing to talk about extra housing supply, bringing down the cost of housing, when the budget document actually talks about a reduction in housing starts, and more importantly, other granular data like PST collected on residential construction going up? How is that possible on a backdrop of reducing the cost of a home?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we don't have PST on new construction, so we're just wondering where the member's getting that information from. If he could just clarify the question so that we can make sure we get the right answer for him.
Member.
Thank you. It appears in one of the charts in the budget book that the calculation on PST, again, ties into new home construction materials. It appears that the government is forecasting a 4.4% increase on the collection of PST on the materials. I'll find the page for the minister right away, and I'm just wondering how we can see an increase in the sales tax revenues while expecting cost of residential housing to go down.
Minister.
I think, thank you, Chair. I think the member's referring to the chart on page 138. And we just, the numbers he's referring to are goods and services, PST on goods and services, but that's for everything. That's on all goods that are taxable. So cars, appliances, clothing, that's on everything. We don't separate out construction spending. And again, there's no PST on new residential construction. So that answers the member's question.
Member.
Thank you. That wasn't the chart I was referencing. Unfortunately, in my notes, the one time I don't write down a page number, that was the time. So I will find the chart and come back to that and just make sure I wasn't misinterpreting a different page. In terms of the overall concept, we have a situation as highlighted in the budget, and it's been referenced by other agencies as well, that we have seen 15 consecutive months of net negative migration to Alberta, predominantly from 25 to 40-year-olds. What steps in this budget are anticipated to cease that from happening, and when has the government budgeted for the net negative migration to Alberta of our 25 to 40-year-olds to cease?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, we have seen an increase in interprovincial migration outflows in the last just over a year now. But we expect to see those interprovincial migration outflows people to start to return to BC. Actually, if you look on page 100 of the budget, it shows the interprovincial outflows, and it shows it returning to positive forecasts by 2026. And I know personally that this is very cyclical. It's based on what's happening in the oil industry in Alberta. I know in 2001 to 2008, there was probably 6 members of my family that were working in Alberta because the prices of oil was high, and they've all returned. They all have full-time jobs in BC now and all doing very well. So it is a cyclical process. We know when the price of oil goes up, people migrate to Alberta. We know when it goes down, they come back, or they just want to come back home, which many people do. But the member is right, and the member can see the progression to positive numbers for BC as of 2026 on page 100.
Member.
Thank you. Well, it's interesting because that's the last 15 months. The minister says it's about leaving for oil and gas jobs. So we had Site C, total cost of last we heard 16 billion. We're not sure what the final price tag actually will be on that. Peak jobs of around 3,500 in BC, soon to be down to 40. We have LNG Canada, almost $49 billion. Peak jobs of 7,500. TMX, 31 billion, well, 34 billion now we're learning. 15,000 jobs in BC. This government was against that project, as with the other two. CGL, 14.5 billion, 6,000 plus jobs. So a total of about $110 billion of major projects, roughly 35 to 40,000 jobs in BC that have all slowly been coming to an end over the next few months. The minister says that the net migration has been because of oil and gas, primarily in Alberta. Is there major projects that are slated to come on stream between now and 2026 that gives the minister that optimism that the net negative interprovincial migration will be reversed back to BC? Because we seem to be losing literally tens of thousands of jobs over the next couple of months. In the backdrop of existing net negative outflow, and those are all based around major projects, just like the oil and gas industry as well. So I'm just wondering what major projects gives the government the confidence they're moving forward between now and 2026 to see that trend reverse.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we have about 1 million jobs opening up in this province in the next 10 years, and we know there will be work for many people. We also have very competitive taxes compared to other provinces. We provide additional training to people that work in this province, and we have a really good substantial number of existing people with the skills needed, well-trained people in this province. There's a lot of interest in major projects in BC. We're getting a lot of interest from various companies. One of the things we are doing is the First Nations Equity Fund, which will help nations to partner with the private sector and unlock, we feel, significant economic activity across BC First Nations traditional territories. Private corporations and industry has asked for this. First Nations have asked for this. They want the ability to be able to go to a bank and borrow money, and the government will backstop them. And we know it'll create jobs in mining, oil and gas, and forestry, and agriculture. We're working on that framework, and we know that it's going to make a significant difference to projects in the province and to jobs opportunities for people in the province.
Member.
Thank you. Well, the only problem with all that is over the last 15 months, despite $110 billion of major projects, all projects which at one point were opposed by this NDP government, I might add, some projects they used every tool in the toolbox to try to oppose happening. We have seen net negative interprovincial migration happening. The minister references the new First Nations initiative, and we fully support BC United. We have similar thoughts and ideas around a plan like that. However, I'd point out it's $1 billion spread out over 5 years, compared to a backdrop of $110 billion worth of investments. And I get that it's for equity stakes, equity buy-in to projects, but that's not going to be anywhere near on the scope and the scale as what we have seen. And so to think that somehow between now and 2026, with no major projects being developed, while these other major projects were underway by this government, we're going to magically see a switch of interprovincial migration is surprising, because we're hard-pressed to put our finger on where any of this growth is going to come from when there's no major projects trying to work their way through the myriad of permitting issues to try to get to a final investment decision they would need. I'm going to jump back to the 4.4% on residential construction material. It is on page 31 that I'm looking, and this is a chart that has all the provincial sales taxes. It's table 1-5-3 sales tax revenue. In it, we have consumer expenditures on durable goods, we have consumer expenditures on goods and services, residential investment, government expenditures, nominal GDP, and retail sales. I'm just wondering, my assumption, given as the minister has pointed out in her answer, there is no PST on the sale of an actual home. Residential investment for PST sakes as a definition then, because there isn't an explanation of what residential investment is within the budget book. So there is for property tax revenue, property transfer tax revenue, employer health tax revenue, provincial sales tax revenue overall. There's descriptions on that, natural gas royalties, you name it. There doesn't seem to be for residential investment. So we know it's not on the sale price of a home, as there is no PST, there is no provincial sales tax. This is a chart that is not property transfer tax related. It is very clearly highlighted as a provincial sales tax chart. So what exactly is residential investment then, if not construction material and renovation type material for residential homes?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So what the member's referring to here, the residential investment, is material of new residential construction, renovations. We expect home sales to go up, which will mean, which actually means renovations go up too with it. It all contributes, but the actual amount that's listed here is the amount of activity in the economy. It's not the amount of actual tax, is what that chart is referring to, which the member's looking at and in that way. There's actually, in 2024, we're going to see a 10.2% increase in residential sales, which will also contribute to the overall number.
Member.
Well, I'm sorry, but it says provincial sales tax revenue is expected to average 4.3% growth annually over the 3-year fiscal plan, in line with expected increases in nominal GDP and consumer expenditures on taxable goods and services, and then flow straight into the chart. So the chart is directly related to overall PST revenues coming in. Now, the minister a couple answers ago said, well, we have no way to track PST on home building sales materials. And yet, we just got a description of residential investment as exactly that. And I get that it also includes renovations, but the original question was one based on what the housing minister is telling everyone about how this government has implemented measures in this budget to bring down the cost of housing. Yet, the finance minister in this budget and her team have calculated a drop in new housing starts and an increase in PST collected on building materials. Well, the only way you can collect more, unless the minister is going to next tell me that they've increased the PST rate charged on building materials, which I know they haven't done, the only way you can collect 4.4% more PST on home building materials on less housing starts is if the overall cost of construction per square foot is increasing. So how exactly can the Ministry of Finance be calculating and projecting, revenue projecting, based on lower housing starts, an increase of cost per square foot of new home construction and renovation construction, yet the housing minister is able to try to talk about how this budget is actually lowering the cost of housing for people?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So if the member had read the opening explanation box to the section he's referring to, it says the following text references the forecasts of these assumptions and factors in explaining individual revenue sources. So the components are showing activity in the economy, not the amount of actual tax forecasted to be collected. So it's saying that we expect 4.4% growth in 2024 compared to 2023. We did canvass the whole issues around housing starts quite significantly with the member's colleague. I will reiterate it for his benefit. Housing starts is a very narrow number that's it's a definition from CHMC or CMHC. It includes only new construction. So when we say housing starts, the member might anyway, I'm explaining it the way it's listed here. Housing starts are only new construction starts, only new housing, brand new housing. What we have done is significantly more than just what CMHC identifies as housing starts. All of our housing on post-secondary institutions doesn't count as a housing start. But we know full well that all the new housing in Kamloops, the new housing I know in my community, 60 new housing units on the college campus opens up 60 existing housing units in the community. But we don't get to count that as housing starts. We're building hundreds, probably thousands of housing on post-secondary institutions across the province. It doesn't include rental. That if we take a building that's going to be used for rental that needs renovation so we can increase the stock of that building, it doesn't include that in housing starts. It doesn't include our initiative so that people, if they want to take build a suite, a housing suite, standalone suite in their home, it doesn't include that. So there's many initiatives that we are doing as part of our overall housing initiatives that aren't included in housing starts. So that might explain the difference that the member's looking for.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I'm laughing because, and chuckling, because of course there's assumptions made through a budget. There's all sorts of assumptions made. There's no way you could know for certain what any revenue is going to be 12 months out, let alone a month out. But if the minister is now saying that the assumptions and the definitions are so loosely interpreted and there's so much other variance that's not actually accounted for in those numbers, there's not much point talking about home building starts in a budget document without all of those other housing starts actually listed at the same time, or you're not actually giving an accurate profile of what is actually happening on the ground in housing. Now, the minister started by saying, well, if I'd read the actual overall description of the section I'm talking about table 1.5.3, sales tax revenue, in brackets, millions of dollars. And then it says 23-24, 10,300 or 10,382, 62. Sorry, my glasses. 24-25, 10,762. Obviously rounded for millions. 25-26, 11,254. 26-27, 11,763. All rounded for millions of dollars in their own chart of provincial sales taxes. Those are dollars. And underneath that, it says annual percent change in the calendar year for 23, 24, 25, 26. It then says residential investment, 3.3%, 4.4%. Now again, annual percent change. It's a positive number tied to a revenue chart. So can the minister then clarify for me, is the minister saying that 4.4% in residential investment that is directly below a provincial sales tax bolded number on a sales tax revenue chart does not actually relate to a 4.4% increase in sales tax revenue increase?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So it does not mean that the residential investment does not mean that the sales tax is going up by 4.4% on that.
Member.
Sorry, so what is the point then of a chart that shows provincial sales tax and then an annual percent change with an increased number underneath for any of those categories if it's not actually directly related to tax revenues?
Through the chair, please. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So different components that drive the PST revenues are taxed differently. For instance, in this chart, the consumer expenditures and goods and services taxed at 100%. The residential investment is taxed at 34%. And these components are of the PST revenue is derived from the economic forecast, not from PST sales. And the tables, the table that the member is referring to have been printed exactly the same way, presented exactly the same way for decades. Some of the ministry staff have been working in the ministry for a long time, and it is the same format that has been in every budget for the last couple of decades.
Member.
Thank you. Then I am led to believe then that retail sales, the ministry is not expecting to collect an extra 2.3% in revenue on retail sales this year. When I read this chart, it's just some other number that's not actually related to 2.3.
Minister.
That's right.
Member.
Thank you. Can the minister not see how ridiculous that seems for transparency, whether it's always been done that way or not? What is the point of having percentage increases, annual percent change for the calendar year listed in a chart underneath sales tax revenues in millions of dollars if the two don't equate to each other, and then if in fact the change of number is actually something completely different than what is in the chart?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the table is to help the reader understand which components contribute to the provincial sales tax forecast. All other taxes also list the components that drive those individual taxes. And if the member wants more information, he can refer to page 137, which is an assumption statement detailing this very fact. And with that, member, I'd like to take a short break.
Members, we will take a 10-minute break. Please be back here at, I can't even see the clock. 5:13. Okay, 5:13. Committee back to order, and where are we? Recognizing the member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. So started this whole, admittedly went down a bit of a rabbit hole there, but started off really talking about the net negative interprovincial migration and the major projects that are coming to an end with none in the backstop to it. So just another question or two on that, and then just so the minister knows, I'll be moving over to everyone's favorite topic in the government, carbon tax. But in terms of the overall strategy moving forward with this budget then, what plans specifically are there built into this budget that will address particularly northern BC, Prince George and North, in terms of any major project support or employment type initiatives of those projects that hasn't already been mentioned? I know the minister has mentioned the First Nations investment piece, but that is years away. There's only 10 million in the budget for this year. It won't kick into 200 million until the following year. And then, so we're talking several years, which means projects that either haven't already been permitted or are years away from going. So what, is there an actual overall northern resource-based, land-based employment strategy to try to stem the flow of that net negative migration predominantly to Alberta, especially when you're talking about areas of the province, as the minister's already talked about, that do have heavy connections to oil and gas and are seeing people leave to Alberta?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a number of initiatives for Northern BC, and I'm glad the MLA for Kootenay East is here too, because we also have a huge program for critical minerals, the BC's critical mineral strategy to build a clean economy and support sustainable jobs for people by expanding the critical minerals sector in alignment with the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. The strategy was supported with $6 million over 3 years, provided in last year's budget to conduct geoscience, economic analysis, and engagement, including establishing a critical minerals advisory committee. This year's budget adds to the investment with $24 million in new funding to ensure adequate resources for regional and major mines permitting and support Mineral Tender Act reform in collaboration with First Nations and engaging with industry and communities. We also, to support economic growth and development, the province continues to invest by providing $250 million over 5 years to support the 21 local government communities that make up the Northwest BC Resource Alliance benefits. These communities are all primarily rural, all based in northern BC. Some are remote with small populations, but are relied upon to support an influx of new industry and workers. So funding will be used to support planning and construction of municipal infrastructure such as roads, water, sewer, and other community facilities needed to support new industrial development and create livable communities for their workforce. You know, and speaking to the mayors up there, they were very excited about that. They said they looked forward to this funding to help them to attract more businesses up north, to attract more industries up north. Also, LNG Phase 2 it has been permitted. There's a number of LNG projects that are in collaboration with First Nation. I know that the member's well aware of Cedar, which is definitely one of those. And I think I would reiterate the importance of LNG especially for Indigenous nations, because the LNG projects are on their traditional territory, and they are looking forward to working in collaboration with industry, as is industry. We also are building a brand new wildfire equipment depot in Prince George, which is a substantial addition to wildfire services. It's pretty much the center of the province. I know not everybody agrees with that, but Prince George is pretty much the center of the province. It's a perfect place to have a depot for wildfire efforts, and so that's part of the new capital funding that will go to support Prince George in itself. And some of I know when we left yesterday, the member asked a question about wildfire management investments, and I didn't have a chance to talk about it, but it does it does fit in with what the member asked. So I just want to let him know that the budget also provides $154 million in new operating funding for the BC Wildfire Service and $21 million in new capital funding over 3 years to support them to provide enhanced wildfire preparedness and response efforts. And as I mentioned yesterday, the new operating funding will support stable year-round resourcing that will increase the BC Wildfire Service's ability to directly respond to and suppress wildfires, as well as support rehabilitation of the landscape to address the impacts of wildfire, which is all going to create employment in primarily, a lot of it will be in northern BC, but in lots of parts of the province as well. The investment will also result in more contracted aviation resources to help fight fires from the air. I know the members, we had talked about the fires. And again, the new capital funding for Prince George, which is they're very excited about in Prince George. Our annual fire management costs vary significantly each year depending on the number of wildfires, their size and proximity to communities. So, for example, because the member did comment on the differences in funding, 2019-20 and 2020 and 21, actual firefighter costs were less than $200 million. 22-23 wildfire costs were around $400 million. Of course, last year we experienced one of the worst wildfires seasons that with costs, it's now estimated at $1.1 billion. And then although all wildfire costs are eligible to be paid with statutory appropriation through the Wildfire Act, the government provides a voted appropriation to help cover base level firefighting costs, which I had referred to, even during mild wildfire seasons. And let's hope we get some mild wildfire seasons where we can actually do the mitigation work that's necessary to get out there and do the prevention to help prevent wildfires. So the fire management vote has increased from 204 million last year to over 232 million this year. So I just wanted to put that on the record for the member, because he was asking about it. We've also invested significantly with emergency management and climate preparedness, 18 million over 3 years to support provincial capacity for year-round delivery of government recovery and response programs. That will add to significantly to programs and employment programs and in places like rural BC, which is half of which is northern BC. So they will support also support communities to be more efficient when it comes to post-emergency disasters or programs such as emergency support services and the disaster financial administration assistance program. And starting last year, the 23-24, the province is investing an additional 234 million over 2 years in climate mitigation initiatives across the province, including 77 million for the City of Abbotsford's Barrowtown pump upgrade, 83 million for additional projects under the Agriculture Water Infrastructure Program. And I know a number of those programs will, of course, be up north because, there's Abbotsford, and the Fraser Valley likes to think of themselves as the breadbasket of the province, but I know a lot of people up north think of themselves as the breadbasket of the province because there's a lot of agriculture up there, and we know that this program will definitely benefit a lot of people up north, as well as 74 million for other drought management projects, because we are looking at potential drought issues this year, so there is going to be projects to make sure that we can mitigate against the factors of drought.
Recognizing the member for Kootenay East.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the Minister and thanks to my colleague for giving me some time here. The Minister's commentary just now was a lot of facts, a lot of numbers, and I agree with some of the sentiments that she recited just now. She failed to recognize the elephant in the room, though, on economic generation. She did support economic growth and development and wants to see that move forward. However, she did mention critical mine strategy and minerals strategy that we have in place right now, finally. But the biggest economic generator I think that the Minister needs to be aware of, and maybe she is that we've got 16 proposed mines right now in the province that would have about an $80 billion capital spend that would be put in place to get these mines going, and about an $800 billion economic generator that would be good for the province for the next 24 years. It's huge, it's massive, it's an opportunity, and all we need is to be competitive and get into the game. And the Ministry of Energy and Mines has gone, and with collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, has gone through the exercise of constructing a output-based pricing system that will make us more competitive. I know the industry's been calling on that for quite some time. The first draft came out, it was not even close to what was needed, and then of course the second draft came out and it was a little bit more palatable. And MABC has celebrated the news. However, they've also identified that the gap isn't quite closed, not only globally but within our own domestic jurisdictions between Quebec and Ontario. We're not quite there, and so there's some work to be done. So the question is fairly simple. Renewable diesel is something that some of these projects need, and they're using right now, and they're doing everything in their best effort to lower carbon emissions, and yet renewable diesel is being taxed. The carbon tax is being taxed on renewable diesel, and the industry just wants to know why and what we can do to remove the carbon tax on renewable diesel.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So biofuels became subject to carbon tax under the previous government's budget 2009 update. They've remained taxable due to the significant administrative complexities and audit risks that an exemption would present. The government doesn't always have a direct reporting relationship with retail dealers, wholesalers, or deputy collectors of gasoline and diesel. There are hundreds of wholesalers and nearly 1,400 retail gas stations in BC. The sheer number of involved parties would make it difficult to ensure refund accuracy and introduce the risk of inaccurately invoicing and collecting security from customers. Moreover, fuels such as diesel and biodiesel may be sold, blended, and resold between deputy collectors and retail dealers, making it difficult to determine the precise quantities of taxable and exempt fuel within a given blend. Major fuel collectors from whom the government directly collects carbon tax have indicated to us that they can't guarantee biofuel blend amounts and that there is no system solution to changing the rate of tax as blend amounts change. This would also be the case for the family-owned small gas station. They may not have the infrastructure and ability to track, store, or provide varying blends. Ultimately, the government can't always track the biofuel content of various fuel blends as they move through the supply chain. And if we can't track the biofuel content of a blend, we couldn't verify that the correct amount of tax is being applied under an exemption. And there has been the ministry has asked the biofuel sector to offer a solution that will enable BC to audit and track biofuel blends as they move through the supply chain, and we would certainly be open to working with them and with the expectation that they provide comprehensive, detailed solutions that would work for, especially the smaller gas stations as well. But there is partial exemption for all renewable fuels equal to the legal minimum renewable content.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. I heard in the Minister's answer biodiesel. It's a little bit different than when I asked. I said renewable diesel, which is different than biodiesel. Biodiesel and renewable diesel use the same type of animal fats and those types of things, but it's manufactured in a different way. That renewable diesel is chemically identical to petroleum fuels, so it doesn't congeal. Biodiesels will congeal under colder temperatures where renewable diesels won't. So that's kind of the important push here. I'm not too sure on the tracking part of that. I know with the local fuel carbon standard that came out that there is tracking mechanisms, but I think that might be for other blended types of gasoline, and maybe the minister can clarify that part. But the real essence of this question is the economic driver this possesses and the lack of competitiveness that this industry is going through right now. So just once again highlight what this means to the province. $184 billion in labor income, $400 billion in GDP, $155 billion in tax revenue. This is $800 billion in economic growth in the next 24 years. You want to build your schools, you want to build your hospitals, we need to be competitive. If we can become competitive in this province for the critical mineral strategy that we're looking at, a huge opportunity in this province. We've got it right here in our hands, and we just need to be competitive. So the plea to the minister right now is to make this a priority. Let's all chip in from all different sectors of all the ministry branches, whether it's Emily or finance or water, land, resource stewardship or permitting. We need to be competitive. We need to be fast and speedy, responsible, of course, but we need to put a high priority on this. So once again, to the minister, talking about renewable diesel, will she make a push towards removing the carbon tax from this to make us more competitive here in British Columbia?
Recognizing the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. So again, if the renewable industry, along with the biofuel industry, if they want to come forward and offer a solution that we can work together, we've put that out there, and we haven't heard from the renewable industry. We've definitely heard from the biofuel industry, so we're saying, come and we'd certainly be open to working with them with, the expectation they provide comprehensive, detailed solutions, and also make it so that it's administratively fair for the people that are doing it as well. So more than happy.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. I would expect the urgency would come from the ministry. I don't know why we're waiting for the industry to come to the ministry when the ministry could see that this would be very beneficial to the coffers of British Columbia. We see the Minister of Health sitting right here. I'm sure he would love another hospital or two in this province. This is what will do it for us. Yes, in Cranbrook. Yeah, don't get me down that rabbit hole now. But this is something that should be on the priority list. And so I'm urging maybe the minister to reach out and to maybe make that first call to say how we can get towards finding a solution here and removing this tax that'll help the mining industry greatly in becoming competitive in the province. But perhaps the question could be, will she make this a priority? Will she make the first call?
Minister.
Well, I'll add it to the long list of priorities that we have in this province. And again, it helps if the industry comes forward and lets us know what the issues are. It helps if the industry comes forward and works for a solution that not only works for the industry, but works, as I said, for the retailers or the people that they're working with. We need that information. So we are happy to work with people that have ideas but again, they have to be comprehensive and provide really positive solutions for everyone.
Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and stay on the carbon tax theme for a while here. And so when we look at the budget, it appears there will be roughly $9 billion in carbon tax over the next 3 years collected. Only around $3.5 billion in rebates, so that works out to about a 38% rate, not 100%. Considering what the median family income of four will see no real carbon tax rebate, can the minister let us know what percentage of families, not individuals, but families, actually receive the full carbon tax rebate when the government talks about carbon tax rebates? Because the government likes to talk about a large percentage of people will be receiving some or all of a carbon tax rebate. We're talking about the percentage of families that will receive the full carbon tax rebate compared to the overall percentage that gets referenced.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the Climate Action Tax Credit is available to all British Columbians who file their taxes and who have family income below the income threshold. Around 2 million BC households currently receive the Climate Action Tax Credit. That's 65.5% of single individuals or family units. Approximately 1.3 million individuals and families will receive the maximum amount this year. That's 65% of recipients.
Member.
Thank you. The reason I'm a little questioning of that 65%, so the median family of four in BC earns $138,000, and that would not qualify for a carbon tax rebate in BC. The median income for two-parent families with children in BC, it's at 138, but the full climate action tax credit is only paid out to families earning less than 50,170, and the benefits are phased out at 89,270 for one child and 94,845 for two children. So they're phased out completely at basically 95,000, yet the median family income is 138,000. The median single parent is just under 71,000 in BC, which would not receive the full carbon tax rebate in BC. So is the minister saying that over 65% of working people in British Columbia earn under, to be getting the full amounts, earn under $50,000 or earn under $71,000 to be able to qualify for the full amount of a carbon tax rebate?
Minister.
No, I said that around 2 million BC households currently receive the Climate Action Tax Credit. That is 65.5% of single individuals or family units. Approximately 1.3 million individuals and families will receive the maximum amount this year. That's 65% of the recipients.
Member.
So 65% of households will receive some portion of a carbon tax rebate, and 65% of the 65% are receiving all of the carbon tax rebate. I'm sorry, I'm truly not trying to be dense on this, but there's two 65% being used. It's tied to medium income. I get the 1.3 million, I get the 2.2 million. But the question was, what's the overall percentage of British Columbians receiving the full rebate? And the minister said 65% or 1.3 million households. So I'm just trying to get that as a very clear number.
Minister.
1.3 million.
Member.
Thank you. So the minister is saying then that there's 1.3 million working households in British Columbia whose income is less than $50,000 to be able to qualify for the full amount, or 89,000 if it's got a child in it, or 94,000 if it has two children in it.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the 1.3 million is not necessarily just families. It's a combination of individuals and families. And it's also, I don't think I said working, because it could be people that are retired, or it could be people who are on a disability pension. It could be people who are on, or who are students going to school. So they might not necessarily be working. They might be full-time students. So they would also qualify.
Member.
Thank you. Well, it seems that the rebate does evaporate for families earning over $89,000, 89,270 to be exact. But it feels like the government doesn't think that these families would be immune to the economic pressures of an ever-rising carbon tax, with that being the phase-out. Can the minister explain why at $89,270 the carbon tax seems to evaporate for a family, yet BC Builds comes out and says that you will get a government subsidy for rent if you earn up to $190,000 a year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So when CATSI first came in 2008, there was a decision by the previous government to have a very modest program. Since 2017, recognizing that the cost of carbon had gone up, we have been increasing the CATSI, the Carbon Action Tax Credit. In 2017, when carbon tax was $30 a ton, the government spent $195 million of carbon tax revenue on the Climate Action Tax Credit. The government is now spending around $1 billion of carbon tax revenue on the Carbon Action Tax Credit. This means that CATSI spending has increased from 16% of carbon tax revenue in 2017 to 40% of carbon tax revenue in 2024. And that only looks at the total revenue, but when looking at the incremental revenue from carbon tax above $50 a ton, the spending is now greater than 100% of the incremental revenue.
Member.
How much of that 40% is just this temporary election year increase?
Minister.
None. There's no temporary increase.
Member.
Okay, I'll come back to some of those numbers in a minute. In terms of the 1.3 million households that get the full rebate, according to the minister, is that based on information provided by Revenue Canada on people's filings of their tax returns?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's based on personal income tax information from the CRA.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I must admit that is has to be some of the most accurate statistical data based on tax returns I think all of I've ever seen. So we have 1.3 million households receiving, according to the minister, the full amount based on their tax returns. The average home in British Columbia has 2.8 people in it, which comes out to 3.64 million people, which on a 5.5 million population comes out to 65% of the population. And magically, the minister said that we have 65% receiving the money back as well. It's amazing how the two have just overlapped perfectly with what the average number of people in a household is, with the number of actual tax returns that are receiving the amount, and how there's no variation between any of those averages whatsoever. And so I think that's where people are still struggling with this overall premise. The average home of 2.8 people to get you to that 1.3 million households fully qualifying for the full amount at 65% actually flies in contrast to the minister citing students and seniors and people living alone and all of those, because that would actually drag the average down of the average household. And so that's where the fact that you can have 3 or 4 numbers that all added and multiplied together come out to the exact same percentage based on tax returns starts to falter a little bit with some of the explanations. And so again, it seems that families, and that we now know, based on the 65% and the 1.3 million, that it has to be 2.8 people on average in those households. It seems that the minister is saying 65% of the households in BC earn under $89,000 in BC, even though our median income is $138,000. Is the minister then saying that that means that only 35% of our population, or sorry, that 65% of our population is actually indeed earning under $89,000 or less a year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Just to throw in some more numbers here. The CATSI actually uses the adjusted net income, which is lower than the gross income when calculating these. And again, what I said is that 2 million BC households currently receive the Climate Action Tax Credit. 2 million people. 65% of the 2 million, which is 1.3%, receive the maximum. So I'm not saying that 65% of the population of BC receive the maximum. I'm saying that 65% of the 2 million that actually receive CATSI receive the maximum, not the entire population of BC. There's only 2 million people, 2 million households that receive the CATSI. And of that 2 million, 65% receive the full benefit.
Member.
Thank you. I understand that. 65% of 2 million is 1.3 million households. But a household in BC is defined as 2.8 people. which gets you to 3.64 million people on a 1.3 million households, which gets you to 65% of the population of BC. So again, I appreciate there's a lot of 65s going around, but your staff can do the math real quick. 1.3 million households times an average household size of 2.8 people gets you 3.64 million people. And we have a population of around 5.5 million. That's 65%. Based on households, that means 65% of the population is not doing so well under this government's framework. But the question back was why we have a system set up where we have an ever-increasing carbon tax that's being punitive to a very large portion of the population who won't be seeing that full amount, let alone part of it. Yet we have a brand new government program coming in on housing that will provide tax subsidy or a rent subsidy, and your income qualification can be up to $190,000. Does the minister not see a disconnect between having an income level for carbon tax that maxes out at $89,000 where you get absolutely nothing, and yet a rent subsidy program where you can earn up to $190,000 while insisting that the carbon taxation is not impactful to households essentially making over $89,000 a year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify with the member that Budget 2023 actually announced government's intention to increase the climate action tax credit threshold for eligibility to provide a full or partial credit to over 80% of households by 2030. And government will continue to monitor revenues from the new carbon pricing framework on an annual basis and prioritize directing incremental revenues to relief for people through the climate action tax credit.
Member.
Thank you. Well, one would hope or assume that the ministry does a lot of forward-looking projections. This is a 3-year document after all. It's constantly getting updated and looked at, especially as it relates to first quarter updates or second quarter updates. In terms of BC's overall competitiveness, we're obviously always mindful, I think, as a province of what's going on in other provinces, what's going on nationally. There's no doubt that there's a national conversation happening right now around carbon taxation. I think anyone would be remiss to not acknowledge that, especially in political circles. What a timing of a federal election is or isn't is not in anyone's control in this room. The outcome of that and even what policies might flow out of that are not in anyone's control. But it would be prudent, I think, for any government to be looking forward, especially in that window of time that falls dead center of this 3-year document, to consider what the potential impacts would be on significant taxation policy changes that might happen federally, and how that would align BC and their competitiveness or not. And we hear about the output-based pricing system and others with industry as an example of needing to see what's going on in other provinces or nationally to make sure we're aligned on that competitive lens. And sometimes these decisions can take a year or two to finally implement, as we saw with the OBPS. So this is a long roundabout way, I guess, of asking what modeling has been done, if any, when we have the Premier making very definitive statements that it does not matter what the rest of the country does with carbon taxation. BC is going to $170 a ton by 2030 under his watch, versus what happens if the rest of the country goes to zero.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll remind the member that it was his party that introduced the carbon tax when no one else had one in Canada in 2008, and did it with a lot of fanfare, and you know, it was done to ensure that, you know, exactly what we're continuing to do it for, based on changing people's behavior. But I just want to make sure the member understands that, you know, modeling is done on information, on facts, and information we have to date, as well as confirmed policy decisions. And that's always been the case. That's always how the modeling's been done. That's how ministry staff have always done it, and will continue to do it. That's how they did it under previous administrations, and that's how they'll continue to do it. But I'll remind also the member that the priority for the carbon tax, why his former Premier Gordon Campbell brought it in, it was to lower emissions. It was to say, what can we do as a province to lower emissions? We need to lower emissions. And it was an incentive. It's primarily for industry. I mean, I can talk personally about Tech Cominco in Trail. The amount of work that they have done to lower emissions has been substantial. Some of that, they've had some support from the carbon tax fund, like through Ministry of Environment, and some of it they've done on their own. They brought in a whole carbon sequestration plant that is lowering their emissions substantially, and they've done many other initiatives. They're looking at building the first battery recycling plant in Western North America for EV batteries, which is substantial. They're hoping to have it in operation by, you know, within the 10 years frameworks that all of the existing EVs right now, the batteries are going to be needed to be recycled because they have a 10-year life expectancy. So things like that have been supported by carbon tax, and they have been, and it's not just, there's a number of other examples I could use right across the province, because it is changing behaviors. It's changing people's behaviors. That's why in BC we have the highest number of EV sales in the country. That's why, you know, we have the highest number of electric bike sales in the country. I mean, myself, I've challenged the motor vehicle people and the truck, I challenged Ford to get me an F-150 that can haul a 2-ton bull, and I'll be happy to have an electric vehicle. They said they're close. They're very close. So, I mean, if I can save, the cost for that, that's something I would definitely like to look at someday. But, I mean, people are changing their behaviors, and we're seeing it across the province. The member, I'm not going to comment on body behavior, but anyway, I see the member doesn't like this answer, but it is a priority, and it was a priority of his the government that he was a member of, or supported, I'm assuming. He's only been a member of the legislature since 2017, I believe, or am I right on that? Yeah, 2017, yeah. So the former party that he probably supported brought this in, and we're continuing to do it because it is changing people's behaviors. It is changing not only industry, but also individuals. And we need to get emissions down because all of us know, I know the member's fully well aware of what climate change has done, especially wildfires. I've been in Kamloops. He lives in Kamloops. He knows what wildfires have done in that community and how difficult it's been. That's all part of climate change. We're seeing it with drought. I mean, we're all pretty worried about drought this year. I know people in the Kamloops area are. I've talked to people who live in the area. I've talked to, the other people in other parts of the province. Drought is a big issue that we need to deal with. We saw flooding in 2021. It's all of these things that are part of why the carbon tax is working in BC, and why we need to make sure that we have these initiatives in place so that we can deal with these climate change issues.
Member.
Thank you. Well, the minister's absolutely right. It changes personal behaviors because, if memory serves, this minister actually campaigned a full provincial election to axe the tax back in the day when it was first implemented. Unless I'm mistaken, was a sitting MLA campaigned against the tax, and they did not form government. The difference on the then and the now game, and this is the problem, is this government is intent on making things sound like things haven't changed in the world over the time frame. I'll remind the minister, the carbon tax was frozen at $30 for several years before 2017. The first thing this government did in their CASA agreement with the Green Party was agree to go to a $50 carbon tax and also no longer make it revenue neutral. Two fundamental differences than the previous carbon tax, because it was frozen waiting in carbon revenue neutrality, waiting for other jurisdictions to finally implement the carbon tax. And they weren't, and so we froze it at $30, mindful of competitiveness. And that was the question to the minister around looking at the overall competitiveness within the national context for BC if the rest of the country goes to zero and the Premier is insisting on going to $170. The reason that's a critical piece is because I was the environment critic when the government first started going to $50 a ton. And I can pull the Hansard where I asked the then Environment Minister, who is still the current Environment Minister, about environmental groups demanding actually that BC go to a $100 carbon tax. And this is before there was any federal mandate to do anything with prices. The minister insisted the province would not be going past $50. Then the federal mandate came in, and the government was all too happy to make sure and not push back and make sure we could get to $170 a ton. So if we want to talk about the history of the politics of carbon tax in BC, I'm happy to do that, but I think it's important that we also look at even current ministers' positions on the carbon tax and how quickly it has changed over the last couple of years as we see price continue to march upwards. It's also the same environment minister that's acknowledged that emissions, the minister talks about climate change and fires, that our emissions are 1/10 of 1%. And he has actually said, and he has acknowledged, and I've referenced it, that he has said that, and we could cut our emissions to zero and we'd still have climate change challenges in BC. Because the climate doesn't start and finish with the borders of BC, and I know the minister knows that. So when we paint it as, if we don't have a carbon tax in BC, we will have forest fires, it makes it always sound as if we just keep adding carbon tax, forest fires will be a thing of the past in BC. And that's simply not the case. The minister talked about the old climate action tax credit that was first started, and it was at $195 million at $32.5 million for every $5 of carbon tax. And why that's important is because every time the carbon tax went up, yes, our former government brought in that climate action tax credit as part of revenue neutrality. Every time the carbon tax went up by $5, which is what the increments used to be, the amount being put into that fund went up the same. Now, I know the minister says, well, there's $1 billion. When you actually start looking and account for population growth and the increase of those $5 increments up to the $170, even just getting us up to the $110 in the life of this fiscal plan in front of us, you actually get pretty close to that $1 billion. That's how fast that $195 million starts to grow per every $5. So it's not actually 100% accurate, or even close to 100% accurate, to make it sound like this government has taken carbon tax rebates from $195 million to $1 billion on the same number of people and households, because that's not factually accurate even close when you look at population growth. From 2017 till now, it's 700,000 people in this province. At 2.8 people a household, that's 250,000 more households. 65%. We can do the math pretty quickly there. So the actual amount of carbon tax rebate going back to individual households is being returned at about the same rate it's historically always been returned. Yet budget after budget, it gets portrayed by this government that A, it's something new and it's been in existence since 2008, and B, that it's some massive increase to the rebate. Well, what's massively increasing is the actual carbon tax. So on a $15 rate increase, that on even those $2008 is $100 million more per year, just minimum, without any population growth or anything else. That's the backdrop to all that, and that's why the question was asked around looking at competitiveness. Because that was always a fundamental piece of the carbon tax from day one. And that's why this minister and others that were in government with her, or not in government, in opposition with her, campaigned against it. And that's why, frankly, it's interesting that during COVID, then Finance Minister Carol James actually froze the carbon tax increase for a year, citing cost pressures to households as a reason during COVID. So there actually was a recognition that this can impact people's households' budgets, and the $5 increment change was put on hold for 1 year during COVID. So there is a very real need to know about digging in to the competitiveness that BC will or won't be at. Because we've seen other provinces react to home heating oil being exempt for 3 years by the federal government and trying to take a stand there on home heating. This government refused, full stop, to even attempt to get a change. They didn't even want to have a discussion with the federal government about matching it, let alone what Saskatchewan did where they removed it, and now they're fighting and arguing about that. But they were at least standing up for their province and their citizens to be treated the same as Atlantic Canada. This government's response was, no way, we're not going anywhere near it, everyone's going to pay the full tax. The OBPS system was a year behind when it finally got announced recently. Industry's been waiting, it's not a year, months. The precursor to that was well behind as well, where industry was supposed to find the highest and best technology or emission profiles, and industry, each individual industry would work with government and come up with what that formula would be, and that's how they would base. And they were capped at $30 net of carbon tax, yet people are now paying $80. And then the OBPS comes in, and industry might even be paying less than that. In fact, they could pay zero, according to the Environment Minister, and sell carbon credits back and actually make money, while regular citizens are paying $80, soon to be $170 a ton. So I get the political sensitivities around this, but it is a very real concern to households when they're looking at their home heating bill, where the gas is less, significantly less now, than the carbon tax charged. And people are understandably asking why they feel like they're being punitive from this government against them, when other provinces and other jurisdictions are either getting federal breaks or the provincial government is pushing back against federal government rules. So that's why I asked the question about, are we at least even modeling? Because I recognize it could take a little bit of time for that phase if there's not already modeling done, because there'll be a worry of the Treasury of a loss of revenue and things of that nature, which if in itself should be a worry to people as to why a Treasury, if it's truly pushing more money out than bringing in, would be worried about that loss. But since the minister wanted to go down memory lane with carbon tax, the reason we've been pushing at BC United around home heating as well is the minister may not remember, but she might. She lives in a part of the province that would qualify. Essentially anything in the 250 area code received a $100 homeowner grant in recognition of extra travel costs and home heating costs when carbon tax was first introduced. It was a little clunky, but it was seen to be a fairly simple way to try to push some extra dollars out in recognition of those extra costs people would incur. When carbon tax went up to $30, the government realized that that's a long way from $10, so it actually got put up to $200 extra as a homeowner grant, compared to what the 604 area code receives. Now, I've asked this minister's predecessors, I've asked the Environment Minister. The Environment Minister had no clue what I was talking about when I first brought it up. He had never heard of it because he lives in Vancouver. I understand that. So he wouldn't have had a reason to necessarily have paid attention, and he wasn't in government as an MLA at the time all this went on. So I don't fault him for not knowing about that policy within carbon taxation. But I would note it's still at $200. We're now at, under this government, at $50, and we hung there for a little while. No change to that, even though it had gone up to $200 at the $30 threshold. We've just added another $30 of carbon tax over the last 2 years under this government. This budget would have us actually keep going up to $110 just within this time frame. And I don't see any adjustment for the homeowner grant in here in recognition of those extra costs that those same people under the premise, and remember, this is done at the same time frame that the climate action tax credit came in as well, that the government was talking about with me earlier. So why has there not been an adjustment to the homeowner grant within the carbon tax program as well, especially in the backdrop of Atlantic Canada receiving exemptions for home heating GST or carbon tax for the next 3 years, and BC steadfastly refusing to provide any support for homeowners wherever they live in this province around home heating? Why are we still at a $200 recognition, which was based on a $30 carbon tax, when carbon tax is now at $80?
I ask the minister to move the motion.
Can I answer the question, or no?
Go ahead if you want.
I'll just answer the question and
Go for it.
then I'll do, okay, I'll forget it. Okay, I just want to point out to the member, there's a long-standing confusion on the homeowner grant that the member was referring to. It was actually a revenue recycling measure. It was never intended for, as how the member has presented it here. So, we have also recognized the cost to people. That's why CATSI has gone up. That's why it's gone up, and people are getting that. We did retain all the recycling revenue measures introduced by the previous government that he referred to, and we made spending side investments with the incremental carbon tax revenues and the investments along with CATSI and their carbon tax revenue. So I will say that the government is directing 100% of new carbon tax revenue towards the climate action tax credit, in addition to affordability measures like the climate action tax credit. Revenue from the carbon tax also helps support the Clean BC plan, which sets out actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while building a sustainable economy. And I think it's important to acknowledge that the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy have been publishing the details of our Clean BC spending in the annual Climate Change Accountability Report. So it's very transparent, it's all up front, it shows everything that we're doing, what we're doing with the industry, what we're doing with people in the province. And again, we are moving forward to continue to support people by through affordability measures in a number of ways, but especially through CATSI. And Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
The question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you, members. The committee stands adjourned.